Bruce?
Well, I don't know what they are doing afterwards.
Yeah, I'll just leave this here. Right?
Thank you.
Paul, are you on the call? No, I thought she was. Must have just checked in. Okay, so this is your screen. What's happening right now is everything's being recorded.
Okay.
So we have the phone being recorded, and then
It was nothing, it was something.
no, if I show you how to do this, you'll know it.
Right.
If I do it, you won't.
Right, well,
Share your screen.
I'm more
That's the phone. We've already started that. That's if you're going to play a video. So it comes right here. Share your screen. That's already started. It's going to ask you which one this is. All you want to do is a free conference call, and then that way you just do start sharing. And well, the thing is all you're trying to do right now is any screens you open up next will automatically load.
Okay.
So if it doesn't, just look over this way and see. Like for instance, just open up your whatever your first thing is. It's
I think I have to.
This is it. Look, it's already up on the screen. Oh, that's here. There's a preview.
Let me just do this. There. Now it'll allow me.
Okay. Allow access. Yeah, I think you're. Yeah, so you should be good to go. And what I'll do is I'll log in on my laptop and see.
Alright. And what is the timeline for? I think we got 4 hours this morning, 8 to noon. And when do you want break?
I will not actually. At 9:30, I'm leaving this space, so I'll be. You're the adult teaching the kids.
Okay.
Just whatever works for you.
Okay.
I hate to say it that way, but it's kind of what you're doing.
Good morning.
Laura,
Good morning.
Han's on the call.
I'm sorry. Oh, Han?
But I haven't heard from
Laura. Good to meet you.
Oh, are you on the call? She showed up as being on the call, but I haven't heard. I've asked her. Haven't heard back from her. She must have put on her phone and just.
I don't have, what do you call it, transcat on my computer, so there's no point in putting that on my computer at the moment.
So you can use mine.
I don't know how to run transcat.
Here, Laura. I can do the Tableau on my other laptop if you and Connie want to share this with the training.
Well, are we doing, I don't have the agenda in front of me. What is this
I'm doing
Tableau and Shift?
What do you want to print the materials? Out here? Let me go through them real quick.
Okay. Oh, we're doing Tableau and Shift, so I should probably.
You can do whatever you want. I'm saying if you need to, I can let you borrow my, if you want to do the shift model, I'll let you borrow that laptop, and I can do Tableau on the other laptop.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
I'm extremely flexible.
I think what I want to do more than anything is just kind of watch the shift, what's going on, just so I understand its capability.
Okay, if you wanted to make sure that this one works, when Laura gives me the key.
Oh, I have the key. It's upstairs in my hotel room. Do you need it this moment?
Yeah, so that you can use it.
I don't know how to do transcat.
I'm saying, I can't run my version of transcat because you have my key.
Oh, okay. I'll go get your key.
So when I get your key back for me, I'll put it on here.
It's actually your
and
key.
we'll make sure that it'll run so that y'all can use
it.
That's right. So y'all can make sure y'all do the shift model.
Okay.
Daryl, how's it going?
How's it going? What's new and exciting?
This has all the model files on it.
Okay, well let's just do one thing. All right, now I want to see if I can do the pre-conference call.
It flashes through different stuff, but I'll find out.
What internet were you using?
I'm using Hilton Honor, the Hilton Honors Wi-Fi, and then.
So this one's not saying it.
Did I hear you say you like cinnamon sticks in your
Yeah,
coffee?
that's what I do.
There you are.
Thank you.
Nice.
Actually, what's even better than cinnamon sticks? Fireball.
It's a little early for Fireball, though, right?
Look, I tell people, you know, if you're drinking a beer at 6 in the morning, it's either a good day fishing or a bad night out.
I'm ready for it. I've done both.
Yeah.
How are you? Good to see you, yeah.
This isn't church, Randall. No, because if you sit in the back, you're getting me doing tableau. You sit in the front, you get shift model and you get transcab. Well, you're getting tableau. If you sit back there, it's what you're getting. Okay. I'm just lowering your expectations.
Bruce, that's been lowered.
Okay. Hey, Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, I hope you had a nice trip.
Probably.
Some of your mom?
Yeah.
Did you never go over there? Hey, I'm working. Very restaurant.
The goal is to try to help you from that.
Okay. I made a mistake last night at, Village 37.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Top restaurant.
But,
No, it's everybody can hold on to something. It was really good. I had ginger salmon. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, tonight's the Irish, and then for those who are interested, on Thursday, my wife is organizing. There's an pirate. There's a ghost tour.
really?
And if you go at 7, you can do the ghost tour and actually take you to the pirate restaurant, which has ghosts. That's what we're doing. For those who are interested, let me know. My wife's getting the head count together. Pirate ghost tour, and then it's a ghost tour, and you go to eat at the pirate restaurant after the tour.
Okay.
And apparently there's ghosts at the pirate restaurant. I live in New Orleans. I mean,
Hey, I understand.
ghost is ghost, you know?
Yeah.
How many times do you need your back to go? Okay, can you get online and see if you can connect to the?
I don't know what I'm completely lost.
Okay,
I'm completely lost on this.
model.
This is my first even seeing it, yeah. So I guess I need the laptop.
Flying in, I'm probably gonna go get him right around 11:30 or
No, we can get something else, you know, maybe you can go get them or whatever. There's a flat rate tax of $30. Yeah, you can order it.
I'm sorry, what?
20 minutes, that's $20.
Yeah.
I'm running a remote.
That's all.
Okay, okay.
Oh, well, I didn't have any.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let me know.
Linda, how are you?
Morning, Bruce.
How are
Hey,
you?
Ed.
You should not just
I'm doing well.
I'm not gonna say today, I'm gonna just tell you.
Either one of them.
Where are you gonna be?
Hey, how are you? Right over here in a little while, and then I'm
Yeah,
out.
okay, so I'm
Yeah, come on here.
Accommodation.
a lot of your
I'm so bad.
Adam Ivory. What office are you at?
So,
Bob Ham came from Houston.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's not a project manager.
Okay.
Good guy.
Yeah. Gosh, I guess he's been
I had another room, but
Oh, you thought you had
We hired him.
here?
And his kids are already in
I
college.
thought there was a little overflow.
Okay, I'm already.
The overflow room is
Time flies.
where Randall is.
So the ship model, is that something you guys developed?
You did.
So, for those of you who are Baptist, Baptist, you can go to Tableau. Those of you who are Smith, Hop, which y'all can go sit at the front.
So, that's normally where I would be.
Yeah.
Is there one?
Like to hear more about it.
Yeah, well,
Tableau
we
is
have a
more
variety of people
going
here,
through how
so
you use it.
you guys give me feedback on what you want to know and
Sure.
what's
That's
not
one thing about this
interesting.
group, they like.
Mazda has 2 different scenarios.
It's very nice to
we
meet
can
you.
walk y'all through with the shift model. If you need to do one, then you come to the other one. After the business model.
Oh, okay.
But Liza, no, okay. Let me explain to everybody. Liza, do you want to make sure that I'll get a power cord and make sure this is loaded?
Oh, God. I ran the wheel. How you doing?
Yeah, things are not designed for,
Well, real man.
yeah, I think the term is manly.
Okay.
I've got to have a little more.
In fact, or if you got a tablet on your laptop, I'll use your laptop to do the tablet thing, that we have all the data set for it.
Okay.
That'd be cheating, it would work.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
So where do you have TransCAD on the program loaded?
No, I used to have a secretary. The only other time I had a secretary was and she said, I learned that if Bruce once, she said, if I heard Bruce say Debbie once, then that was me talking to myself and having a conversation with Debbie. But I didn't need her rating. But I said it twice. Oh, yes, I need to tell them. I didn't realize I was doing that.
That's true?
Yeah.
Debbie was. So she learned if you just said Debbie, you were just having a conversation with Debbie in your head. If you said Debbie twice, you actually wanted a conversation with the real Debbie in real time.
That's correct.
Yeah, whenever they say a little bit better, yeah. I talked to
Michigan people, they're having that.
yeah, we're a lot of
So, yeah.
Transcoded.
Just hand motion, thinking, talk with his hand, talking with himself. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just went from Tallahassee across the state of Georgia through all these 4 lanes.
Okay, that's what we're going to do.
You just continue right on.
They did time.
Trump, were you able to get onto the free conference site and see if you can get to the,
I'm sorry, I'm not copying the follow.
Okay.
Everybody able to access the internet?
I had someone in the room, I had someone break.
I'm not, it's not.
The Wi-Fi, everybody's on the Wi-Fi.
I know.
I have some instructions that if we're unable to access.
It's an honor.
That's correct. It's an honor.
Yeah.
How'd you sleep?
I think part of the contract is
All right, Bruce, what do you want me to do now?
see if you can connect to the free conference call wall so that I can make sure that the people who are calling in can get to the wall.
Yeah.
All right, do that, right back.
Go to the email I sent out. Where was it?
You can have midlife crisis.
And you don't want to trip over anything.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Really? But this is your laptop that's assigned to you, correct? And then you can go right with it.
It was too much light. So did you have to turn the bathroom light outside?
Where's your site scanning right up here? Just go back on using a Mississippi TV.
My fear
Okay, let me take this. Liza, let me look. Are you here at some point? See if the Transcad is working on this one. That's the key.
The program.
Do I have it loaded? I just haven't.
Still going.
sleep.
No, but I've never loaded the shift, any of the shift stuff on here, is what I'm saying. Okay, let me do this.
Well, sometimes I have a hard time falling asleep. Unless I fall asleep in the morning, that time in the morning, I mean, I'm just She fell asleep in tighter stadium. My brother's like, he said she was like sleeping on his shoulder. He's like, yeah, envy you. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the candle the light because they think that the computer is like blue spectrum and that tells your brain to get away from something. I thought they kind of
Something very therapeutic about it. Yeah. Okay.
Power at the tables, or are we all kind of working off batteries?
You gotta find
A wall?
Yeah.
The tableau is right here.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just looking for a wall out there.
I've got some three-way extension cables if somebody needs to share some.
Oh, we met in Dallas.
Yes.
Yes, good to see you again. Why did you make it?
I'm glad to be here.
Okay, well, so I'm going to put these here.
All right.
Put these on the back.
Keeper of the. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Right. Okay.
All right, Bruce, you let me know when you want
So at this point in time, does everybody have the ship model, the data on the machine? Has everybody got the USB drive?
Transfer? Oh, okay.
Send the email, Bruce.
Huh?
Send the email this morning.
No. It was a Sunday evening or
I don't think that.
or Monday.
I'm sorry. Scott Thompson. Deputy.
Oh, did you live here? No,
Tell us this. Are you ready to show your face?
Oh, where did you live? Oh, okay.
My head.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, you go to the administrators. Some of the guys. Studies with, like Virginia.
When you guys were working on using the chapter model, kind of determining
Oh, Jonathan Abner?
Abner.
It was in...
Okay. Anniversary, 22.
Last time there was all last night. They were doing something else, and I had to keep getting find out.
So I have on the flash drive.
Because you told him, or because of what it was? Oh, really? Wow. Oh, wow. That's our easy password for just general things. Yeah, like that's
Some of the, what I would have thought were the global settings for the folders.
like I didn't realize it was that complicated. I keep trying to do that. I've changed it. Like, matched it. Then they don't.
I realized I got my backup computer. I should be able to use my backup computer because I don't have code on that one. So y'all can use this one. I'll use that one to do that one.
I'm more interested in that.
No, I'm sitting there saying, if y'all wanted to, we can accommodate you.
No, I'm not going to do the shift. I'm going to run. I want to do
I
myself.
know.
I was going to do so. They could do the first scenario here.
Okay, well then I'll leave my machine for you.
Do you have a presentation for Tableau? Are you walking?
No, literally I've got 5 or 6 different data sets and we're just going to walk through to see what it looks like and see how you use it.
So I don't want to miss that.
No, I can just do it over and over and over again.
Oh, okay.
So the idea for me...
Then I'll sit and listen to this for a little bit. And then, so I'll give this to someone who wants to do Tableau for LADOTD.
Right.
No. Okay.
Okay. No. Okay, this is how the day is going to work out. Basically, Liza's here and the way the morning is structured is Liza has 2 scenarios that she's going to walk through with the shift model. I have a laptop here with the shift model loaded. If somebody does not have it, I know Connie's going to be using it, and so somebody else can sit next to Connie, and y'all can work through the modules that she's doing. Or you can sit with somebody else. Who has Transcad loaded on their machine? 1, 2, 3. Who does not have Transcad loaded on their machine? Okay. So, and what will happen is, we were trying to get a separate room nearby to do the Tableau training, but there's no separate room. So I'll be in the back. So for those of you who are back row Baptists, you'll get me. And the way this is designed is it's kind of an evolving, rotating thing. So she's got her 2 modules. Anybody's online that wants to call in and ask questions, they can do so as well. And I'll be back here showing you the basics of Tableau view, talking about data integration, and talking about how to manipulate the data sets. So with that, Liza, if no one wants to use my tablet, I'll just take my tablet back to the Tableau with it.
Okay. I gave mine to Chris and Randall so they can follow Tableau.
I like how they get as far away from everybody else as they can.
Oh, it's close to the drink.
Anyway, so without further ado, Liza is here just to tell, again, stress to y'all, this is a very free-form discussion. This is your one chance and final chance to get all the shift stuff. In a few more weeks, we're going to write the contract as closed, and we'll close it out. And make sure you can get the questions you need asked and answered. We have this on call-in if people want to call in their offices, and we also have it being recorded, both the video and the audio. There will be some editing for the free time that we've had, but basically this is your chance to ask Liza about the model and what she's done. And like I think most of us have, as we're starting to dig into it, see what a good model it is. And you're supposed to have the stuff for Eric, right? The exchange between the existing and the submitted.
Yeah. Oh, you mentioned that. Thank you.
Yes. So with that, I'm going to grab my laptop and my toy, and I'm going to go sit back here, and then we'll start on the other side.
Okay.
Thank you, Liza.
And I'm assuming the phone is not muted, right?
No. People can call in.
Chime in. Great. Okay. So as Bruce said, I'm going to just walk through a couple scenarios today, and I'd like to go at your pace, so and at your interest. So if you see something, or if I'm rambling on and that's not the direction you want me to go in, let me know. Also, a side note, I kind of developed two presentations with both of them having the same intro. So when we get to the second scenario, we can skip all that if we have the same audience. But the overview is, we'll talk a little bit about the shift model background, how it was developed, what really does the model consist of. Then we'll go through the example scenarios and wrap up with some questions. Okay, so first of all, what does SHFT stand for? That's the Southern Highway Interactive Freight Traffic Model, meaning that it's an interactive travel demand model that will help analyze regional and national freight movements. We started this model development back in 2013, where phase one was just the development of the highway network and the zone system. So just understanding kind of the scope, the geography of the model study area. Then we said, that's great, but we want to be able to apply this as a tool to get forecasts. So in 2015, wrapping up in early 2016, the SHFT model was developed. And the SHFT model basically took those inputs, the TAZs in the network, and added an OD trip table component to be able to assign those trips to the network. So now we have an assignment model. And then most recently, including today, is the training on, developing various scenarios, test scenarios that we can use the model for, and sharing those results. Again, I wanted to highlight the purpose for the SHFT model development. Again, for the ITTS states, it's to serve as a common framework to analyze and evaluate freight on major corridors, regionally and nationally. It's a GIS tool that is based on using existing and available data, and has, it's compatible with other GIS programs. It's built in Transcad, but it can be exported into various ArcGIS shapefiles and other formats. One thing to note that it is not intended for is it's not intended to replace existing statewide models. your statewide models, your regional models, or your freight plans. All right, so this is an image of the highway network, and you can see the focus. See if I know how to use this. Okay, good. It's a national network where, well, minus Alaska and Hawaii, but it's a national network where outside the last 15-state area, the highway network consists of just interstates. But inside that 15-state last area, we drill down into freeways, principal arterials, minor arterials, and a few, I think there's maybe only a couple of roads that are collectors that serve as access. So when the model was developed in phase 2, there was a large focus to refine the initial phase 1 network development and to focus on the 9 ITTS states. So we reached out to all of you. We had a big data collection effort and incorporated those refinements into the network. That included not only existing, I say it's existing, the base year 2014 model attributes, but also 2040 ePlotting projects. So again, the model has only 2 years, a base year 2014 and a forecast year of 2040.
Hey, Liza, ask Juan if she can hear you.
Juan, can you hear us?
Are we on mute or?
Oh, Juan.
No.
Are you typing in? I can't hear her.
No? Now it's off mute. Bruce, do I need to start this VoIP call?
No, that'd put yet another line on the call.
Okay.
Can she hear us?
This phone is not on mute.
No, how do you know she can hear us?
Okay, good. She can hear us.
Okay, well then just,
Is Hong the only one who called in?
yes.
Do I need to contact her or?
I don't know why she's not, we can't hear her. I mean, we paid for the polyphone, which is for your meeting as well, and we didn't know why it's not working. So,
Is there a tech support person here?
yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So just keep going, Liza, and I'll see.
I don't have any.
Oh, okay.
Just keep going. I'll get the text for guys.
Great.
I'm going to ask about the phone.
Okay. All right.
And then, I don't know if it's still on. Then just so you hang on for a second.
Yep.
And she can always type notes if
Right.
something changes, so at least we can be informed of what's going on.
Correct. Okay. All right. Sorry about these technical difficulties. We'll get them ironed out. But as I was saying, the model consists of two model years: the base year of 2014, the forecast year of 2040, and the 2040 is based on existing plus committed conditions. So those are those projects that have been completed since 2014 and today, as well as those projects that have committed funds associated with them. And those were projects that we received through the data collection effort that occurred in 2015. There were 85 of these E plus C projects, and I think the next slide shows an image of them. I think one of the requests was to ask about the difference between existing and future, so we can look at that later. There are only two trip purposes in this model: auto and truck. No further disaggregation than that at this point. So auto is not broken out by commute, business, or leisure, and truck is not broken out by light, medium, or heavy. It's just total auto and total truck. And these are based on average weekday conditions. So the model OD trips are based on daily OD trips, and then the model assignment results are based on daily assignment results. Any questions on that?
Truck, you say light, medium, heavy, you're talking about commercial, or you're talking about all trucks, you're talking about business?
Right. So the truck range is anywhere from, it's more the source of this is fast, so it's going to more rely on those heavier trucks, so not your pickups, not your commercial vehicles. And then here are some of those data sources that we used in the model development. The National Highway Planning Network was the basis for the highway network. It was supplemented with HPMS, Highway Performance Monitoring System, for attributes, as well as the state collected data, which included AADTs, roadway attributes, lanes, functional class, speed, and so forth. For the OD trips, there were three main data sources: the FAF, the Traveler Analysis Framework, and then an additional research study that CDMSmith did, basically using those data sets to develop a national OD trip table.
How did you handle trips that were generated or went to Mexico and Canada?
Very good question.
External stations.
Those are not included in this model.
And just for clarification, the OD trip table that she developed, I have it as a DBS file. I've been trying to figure out how to take the tabs and integrate them into Tableau View so that you can overlay those trip tables and some of those data sets.
Oh, okay.
Again, just extending the functionality of the data.
Say that again, they're not hearing me when I talk?
No, she can hear you, but I guess when she's talking, you can't hear.
So all 85 on each list.
Real quick, everybody, not because Scott asked, but the restrooms are right out here on the side of this hallway, so just walk out there. Thank you, Ruth. Scott talked to her.
Okay, so the question online was, can you show all the 85 E+C projects on the map? Well, it is hard to see, and I have this for those who have downloaded the model package. These can be pulled up, but these green little speckles are the E+C projects. Now we can get into this a little bit.
The green speckles are what?
The existing plus. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Sorry.
But don't forget you have that the pointer.
Yes. Gotcha. Yes, these green lines.
Yes.
Are those E+C projects on the highway network.
So are they the committed or the existing?
Well, they are either existing between 2014 and today,
okay,
or committed, past.
So can you distinguish the ones that are actually on the ground right now versus the ones that are future built?
Not in the way the model is set up. There is an Excel file under the master folder that has the projects listed and the year, the status, basically, whether it's for the year it's open to traffic or the year it's proposed. So
that could be sorted out.
Yes, it could be. But there's no, you can't go into the master network and make a selection that.
But states aren't free, they're existing.
So these are just those projects that have had a change since 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so I wanted to walk through this flow chart quickly. I know this is getting a little bit into the weeds, but this can help us understand what goes into the model, how the processes are, and then what we get out of the model. So the green boxes here to the left, these are kind of the raw inputs that are needed. So if you think about for your highway network, you need, for this model, we need area type, whether it's rural, urban, suburban. We need functional class, and these are based on the FHWA classifications. And we need number of lanes. Those are the main three attributes that are required for every lane. Then if there is a project ID. This project ID is very important because it links the... can you hear us now? Or can we hear you, I guess? Do you mind speaking up, anyone on the phone? She says she's talking, so.
So they can hear us, but we can't hear them.
Yes.
Interesting.
Do I need to do anything with the sound on my computer?
Are you on mute, okay?
No, I tried that.
On their,
on their end, that's possible.
Yeah. After she's muted.
Yeah,
We've never had this problem before.
Let's make sure everyone is on their own end is not on mute. Speak up.
That's a good question. That would be something I would do. Have your phone on mute and not realize it. I do it all the time. Because I chat away and...
We have a second phone that's the same model, it's just a little older, so we can always switch those out and try it, but never had this issue before.
Yeah, they definitely have to have the phone this afternoon for a meeting later today. It's critical we have this work.
Yeah, if worst case scenario, I can go to one of our other hotels and get theirs, but I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, is there any way that we can?
Can we test it? Can someone else try
I was gonna ask, if I disconnect that, can I call my phone and see if it, I'm sorry to.
No. Maybe someone else can try calling in and see if we can hear them, or if it's just Hong's phone.
If I disconnect this call, we can reconnect it, that's okay? Okay.
Bruce? Hong, can you hear us now?
Yes. Communication. Kind of a needs question. Yeah. Right now, the model has a origin and destination matrix for trust and knowledge.
Correct.
All of the truck OD, I would imagine, came from a lot of heavy lifting used looking at individual models.
Yeah.
Is that matrix, or the trust matrix, available by commodity?
By commodity. Not a clean version.
When you say clean, how cluttered is it?
I guess, so we have a lot of it started from FAST,
Which is a different shape file altogether, don't.
Correct. And then manipulations were made
to get it into the shift zone.
No problem, no problem.
Right.
The question is if there's a shift zone link that's available by commodity.
No, not by commodity.
Okay.
Basically, there's a number, and I'm laughing because you got myself in the room, you got Mike Sprong in the room, and both of us have borne the crucible of having to manage the FAF. Is that a good way of putting it, Mike? Run that gauntlet?
And have since handed it off to someone else.
That's correct.
Was that a hot potato?
No, but well, we both joke that she's a cruel mistress who demands a lot and gives you nothing back in return. It's a private joke between Mike and... That's right.
Here's your milk and then kicks the bucket.
Yeah. Basically, the FAF 4.3 is the one that just came out. 4.4 is going to be coming out, I don't know when, this week, next week, something soon. Jester was telling me it's some indefinite near.
Yeah, soon.
And I've already put FAF 4.2 into Tableau View. Basically what happened is there was no trip commodity table that has been released. There's been a number of different ways that people have disaggregated the FAF using a lot of different data sets, and that's one of the things we're going to talk about. I can hear you now.
Oh, great.
So what was the difference?
I don't know. I just tried it again.
Oh, okay. Well, it's working now. Well, actually, I'm going to put her on that phone to see if I'm going to call her on that phone to make sure that because Laura has to make sure that the phone works for her later on. So,
Hello? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Oh, I think I cannot use the speaker. Once I put in the speaker mode, and then you cannot hear me anymore. For some reason.
Services provided
Okay.
by freeconferencecall.com. Please enter your
Well, good. I'm glad we got this resolved.
Okay.
The recording has started. Please announce yourself.
Getting there. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I should hang up. Okay.
can you hear us? Okay, yes.
I can hear you.
Great, we can hear you. Okay. Thank you guys for bearing with us. Let's see, let's get back to the presentation. All right, all set? As I was saying, yeah, we were talking about the attributes that go into the master network, area type, functional class, and link, but also this project ID. If there's a project link, then that project ID must be named the exact same in the master network as well as in the project list. When these two files are fed into the scenario manager, it joins them up by project ID and exports out those links from the master network to a scenario-specific file. We'll get into that in the training, interactive training as well. And then on the OD trip table side, we have various growth rates from TAF, FAF, and then this research program that CDMSmith worked on. And those OD trips are fed into the scenario manager as well, because the scenario manager, you will define your analysis year that you want. And then your scenario network and your trip table goes into the traffic assignment model along with the TAZ geography, and you get your loaded network and can do various utilities, making maps, looking at statistics such as VMT, VHT, trips by purpose, and so forth. Okay. So before we get into the weeds a little bit, any questions on the overall development of the shift model? Okay, great. So back in October, we presented 5 scenarios. Today, well, the first part of the training, I'm going to go over scenario 3, which is a flooding scenario in Louisiana. The second part, we will go over scenario 5, which is a work zone scenario in Missouri. All of these scenarios were based on the future year model, the 2040 E+C model. Okay, so scenario 3, which actually includes 3 sub-scenarios. It's roadway closures, flooding events for I-20, for a section on I-10, and then what happens if both of those interstates were closed. But today we're going to just dig into scenario 3A, which is the I-20 closure between Ada and, about I-220, excuse me. And the main thing that is done for a closure of a roadway is simply changing the number of lanes from whatever they are to 0. So that's the high-level summary. Of course, there's more stuff to that. Okay, so I kind of wanted to start from the very beginning and talk about accessing the model. So the first thing is download, I think Bruce put it up on the website, the October 2016 model package. If not, there is a flash drive going around that has it for anyone who wants to download it. I see some computers back there, so if you guys want it, I think, there you go. Great. That has the model package as well as some specific, some scenario-specific files and some maps, preloaded maps. So the model was developed in Transcad 6, release 2, build 9085. For those that have worked with Transcad, you know that sometimes the models are specific to builds. We have tested them in some later builds of Transcad 6. Seems to operate fine, but I always put a little caution to just know what the model was developed in, as other builds can cause some odd results or the interface not to work properly. Yes?
What are you done in terms of forward compatibility? Because I know you built it, you did it in a release 6.0 was build 9085. What sort of compatibility do we have? I mean, or is it often forward compatible but not backwards? I can't remember how it works. I know we
Yes. So within Transcad 6, we found that it's typically forward compatible, not necessarily backwards compatible. But once you move to Transcad 7, it is not compatible as far as the highway network. Transcad or Caliper changed the way they do things in Transcad 7. There were a lot of modifications, so all of geographic files are updated to a new version when you open them in 7, and then that would not be backwards compatible back into 6.
We've upgraded them already, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just right.
Okay, well, I think Ron's running, I think our guy's running at 7, and I don't think he had any problems with it. I mean, I think
Okay.
one of the few people that didn't have a lot of implementation problems with the 7 scenarios.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Virginia from Arkansas.
Hi, Virginia.
Yes.
That's great.
Virginia from Arkansas, Scott Thompson from Kentucky.
Oh, I think
Virginia. No, I forgot what version of Transcad this ran in, so I just opened it in 7, and of course it gives you this warning that if you better back up your file because it's not backwards compatible, but I went ahead and boldly went there, no, yes, okay. Version 12.285 of Transcad 7.
85.
It ran successfully.
Okay, great. And so it ran and the outputs look reasonable and.
Oh, it ran.
Okay. that's one check.
That's always a good sign. No, in Kentucky, we just opened what we affectionately call the East End Bridge. Rather than traffic on I-65 southbound having to go through the center of town in Louisville, Kentucky, it now can go around Louisville across a brand new bridge.
Okay.
I'm going to be there in May.
It's a toll bridge. Sorry, but it does have, it's a non-toll booth toll. But yeah, this is going to dramatically alter traffic, especially probably freight in downtown Louisville. So it affects I-64 and I-65. So I just created a base year model with it in there. So
great.
Anybody who's using Transcad 7, I've got a copy of the network.
Great, good. That is good to hear that it at least will run all the way through in Transcad 7.
I'll let you know if I see a sign.
Great. So we'll load the interface, but the interface will contain 3 buttons: a scenario manager, model run, and utilities. Scenario manager is where you create your scenario, specify those settings, those input files, the parameter files, and the output files. Model run is where you can run the model by step or run it completely. And then utilities is where you have those graphical maps that are automatically generated or the tabular tables summary. One thing I would point everyone to is the model documentation. The model documentation at the end includes a user's guide and practice scenarios. These practice scenarios are pretty elementary, talking about network editing, but it's a good reference to be able to see how to install the model and to make simple edits. So let me close out of this and just show you the model structure. So actually I have a lot of stuff in here. Let me do this. Okay. if you were to extract this shift model package, I guess I could have just opened it, the basic files that you need to run the model consist of these 3 folders. The interface, which the interface has those various scripts, and the GUI, the graphical user interface, which is required by Transcad. An image to support the interface, a default scenario, which specifies just the initial input parameter and output file path, and then an about file, which the about file is a good reference for defining the files required for the 2014 base year, the 2040 forecast year, and then the model background and history. And of course, all of that is in the model report as well. And the scenario defaults to the model being located directly under the C drive in a folder called shift_model. If you're like Scott and you have your own filing directory, that can be changed in the script, or you can navigate to it as soon as you load the interface. But just for default, it's directly under the C drive. Okay. So I'm going to walk through this slide real quick, and then we can do it interactively. So after we have the model, the files downloaded, extract all the files and put them in the correct setup, then we want to identify the project or the scenario that we want to code. Identify any model modifications. And actually, when we first did this scenario, we did find that the model script needed to be adjusted because the model script did not recognize any 0 lane roads. So in the October model package, this script has been modified. But anyway, it allows for 0 lane roads. Not to be included in the assignment of trips. Then the next step is to create a new project list file. So we have a project list file created under the master directory for the 2040 E+C project. I always recommend...
Liza?
Oh, yes?
I have a question. I see a project list spreadsheet file in the folder, in the input folder. Like for each scenarios, 3A, 3B, and 3C, do we need a separate project list for each one of them?
Correct. I always recommend creating a separate project list for each scenario.
Okay.
Because what the scenario manager does is it joins whatever project list that you identify.
Mm-hmm.
It will join all those project IDs that are listed in that file with the master network. And the master network can include any project. So E+C plus 10,000 other ones if you want.
Okay.
But your scenario may only be particular to the E+C plus this one I-20 closure.
Mm-hmm.
So your project list needs to include just those projects that you want included in your scenario.
Okay. Thank you.
That's why I would create a new file. So basically, you would copy over the 2040 E+C project list, the default list, to a new file, and then add records, add rows for your new project ID.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And ideally, it would be nice to just say project ID 3A, but we have to define it by the different combination of attributes. So you'll see for scenario 3A, we actually have 3 project IDs defined. And that is because the interstate crosses through 3 different area types.
So we have different segments on that route.
Correct. Correct. So project 3A really has 3 project IDs with the associated attributes of RU code, which is area type, functional class, and lanes. The functional class of 1 is your interstate, so that stays the same. The number of lanes is 0 because we're closing the road. But we're maintaining the variation in area type.
Okay.
So once we have that project list created and those projects added, then we need to make sure those projects are in the master network. So you would go in, and I should have explained these pictures. So the image to the bottom left shows the project list, the E+C project list, where I renamed it to EC_3_A, and I added these 3 rows at the bottom. Then we need to add these 3 project IDs to the corresponding links in the master network so that it has something to join to. And that is what this image here in the bottom right is trying to show us. You see there is an attribute called project_ID1, and that is the field that you enter the project ID in. So the easiest way that I found to do this is just to use the identifier tool. Let's do these steps interactively. How about that? So I'm going to open Transcad. And then I am going to first, under the master folder, I guess the first step, I already did this, so it's going to be hard, but the first step would be just basically copying the E+C list and renaming it to, 3A. And you would need to do that it's a CSV file, and the associated DCC file, which Transcad creates, has the field name. 3A. So if I open it in Excel, it's not going to show the field names. But if I open it in Transcad, it will, because it'll reference that .dcc file. And these first set of projects are all of the 85 E+C projects identified. And if I remember correctly, the naming convention for these IDs is the state. Actually, I think it was the state FIPS number, and then the project ID from the state, but I could be wrong. So, let's see, yes, we did. So I would just go down here to row 86, add scenario 3_A_1, and that will be RU code 1, interstate, functional class, 0 lanes. And then I would just do scenario 3A2. That's area type 2, interstate functional class, 0 lanes. Scenario 3A3, area type 3, functional class 1, and 0 lanes. Yes. Make sure you keep it in the same CSV format. Don't convert it to an Excel file. So now if I open this in TransCAD, you can see, you guys are seeing this too. You can see the headers are there, and everything is, since the model only has 2 years, it assumes all projects are going to be coded in 2040. If we want them in the existing, the 2014, then those would not be incorporated into the project list, but they would actually need to be incorporated into the 2014 values in the master network.
How did you access that data?
So I initially started from the master folder, and then I copied the 2040, the project list EC, and created this project list EC 3A, and then I just pulled the CSV file into TransCAD.
Hey, Liza, I have a question.
Yes.
When I see my folder, like 2040 EC forecast year, I see a project list, but it's in the Excel spreadsheet file, not in the CVS. Is that going to make the difference?
That does make a difference. So there should be an Excel file. I'm not sure if it's this one or a different one in your model package. But the Excel file just lists the project information. So here's where we're talking about the
So I should not change the the Excel file. I need to change the CVS so that the TransCAD model can read.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
The TransCAD model will only read that CSV file.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I like to keep all these under the master directory. Go ahead and replace. Okay. Okay. So does that part of updating the CSV file make sense? Great. So then we would go in and open the master network, which is the geographic network under the master folder. It is still dated December of 2015, but it has been updated since then. Just hasn't been renamed. So this is the master network, and we want to go in and update those link IDs corresponding to the closure. So, I've listed some of these link IDs here in the presentation to help us more easily find them. I think in all the master networks that you guys have from October, they're already in there. So you could either search by ID, or you can search based on this project _ ID1 field. And just a side note, the main attributes that are of interest are really just these 4. that are needed for the model. The rest are mainly reference attributes that can be useful in making selection sets or doing other analysis. But for the model, it needs the base year 2014 rural urban code, functional class, and number of lanes and project ID. And what the scenario manager does is it assumes the network of 2014, so anywhere where RU code, actually functional class _14 is not equal to null. It assumes that is in the network plus any projects that match up with your project list. So if I sort these decreasing, you can see we already have all the scenario projects coded in. So if I can scroll down, and find scenario 3A. And I can just highlight some of these. So through opening the data view table, I can just click on the left-hand side to make a selection set manually. Or I could go in and copy the scenario name, go down to select by condition, and build the formula. Scenario ID equals this, or 1 or 3. This will be our scenario 3A. So that's nice because it's already coded in there for you, but if not, then you would have to go in and let's say we wanted to extend that closure, maybe another length. Then you would need to go in, you can use the identifier or info tool, and we'll check what the adjacent link is. RU code 1. So we would actually, so since the base RU code is 1, this one would be named scenario 3A1. So using the identifier tool, we can just manually edit which links we want to include in our scenario. And I'm going to not do that.
Liza, I have a question.
Yes.
For all 3 scenarios, we only need 1 subfolder, but we need 3 separate project list file. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I would say for each scenario, like each of the sub scenarios, I would create a new scenario.
So for I-10 closure is 1 scenario, 20 closure is another, and the combination will be the third one?
Correct.
But we don't need the 3 subfolders to copy everything into the subfolder. We only need 1 folder, but just name it differently.
So, all right, so we'll get into that, but you want to create a scenario for each model run. You need to create a new scenario with a new folder structure.
I guess I will get better idea when you keep going to the next step, probably. Thank you.
But these inputs, these project lists can all be housed under the master folder for now, and I'll show you why in a second. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. Slide 13. So I'll discuss this first, and then we can go in and make these edits. But once we've identified the project limits and updated the project list, the master network, we'll want to do some validation. It's always good to, this is such a big model, a national network, it's always good to do detailed validation around the project study area, checking, the network attributes, checking connectivity, that sort of thing. And then for situations like lane closures, you'll also want to make sure that the Century connectors are connected to a link that is not closed. So it at least has somewhere to load onto the network to the rest of the system. If it's connected only to, the closed links, then the model will fail. It won't run because it can't get those trips onto anything. So for this scenario, we made some refinements to the Century connectors. We added additional connectors from TAZ 221119, and we added them to US 79 and I-49. And kind of some editing 101 is this. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but this toolbox is your network editing toolbox. The most important thing before you do any editing is to click this edit settings. This edit settings will be your key to copying attributes if you split links. That way you won't have any headaches after you do a lot of edits and realize you have a bunch of links without any attribute data. So before doing any edits, make sure you click this edit settings, select all the attributes to copy. And then you can go in and add links, delete links, shift links, and so forth. And then before we do that, the last step is to update the select link query file. So when the shift model runs this assignment, it always defaults to the select link query file that is defined in the scenario manager. And you can set this up any way you want, with any links or any zones that you want to run the select link on. For this scenario, we wanted to look at I-20, US 82, and I-10. So what we did was you can set it up. I think the default only has one query specified. This text file shows the 3 queries that we just discussed specified. And basically, if you just want one link ID per query, all you have to do is you can either manually go in, edit the text file, and change the link ID to the appropriate link ID that you want. If you want, let's say if you want, you can use the AND operator or the OR operator and edit the text file manually, or I can show you the interactive way to do it within Transcad that makes it much easier and does the same thing. But like the project list file, I would create a separate select link query file for your particular scenario, just so you know which one is run for your scenario. Okay. So let's quickly go through the exercise of just looking at some of the centroid nodes in this area. So we have our road closures identified here in green. Now I want to show the node layer. And the node layer, you can label the node IDs, or you can use this find icon up here. And if I click the find and then I click map feature, then with the node layer active, I can search for a value. And I know I want to, based on the PowerPoint, I know I want to find zone 22119. So I press OK. And yes, there it is. So this is the node that, or the centroid connector that is connected to links that have been closed. So if this stays, which it can, there will be no vehicles that load onto this link. They will only be allowed to load onto the other centroid connectors. So if this were a zone that had only one centroid connector, such as this zone adjacent to it, then that would have been a problem, because no vehicles would be able to get onto the network. So in this scenario, it was these two links were added, but let's see about adding another centroid connector to allow at least some access to the interstate. So again, up on your toolbar, you'll see a map editing toolbox. And this is that image shown in the presentation. The first thing we'll do is go to Configure Settings and update or verify that all of our attributes are set to copy. We have one here that's blank. I'm just going to set that to copy. Here's another one that's set blank. This way, if we split any links, the attributes will copy between the two split links. Another reason I like to show all the nodes is because it's much more convenient, in my opinion, to snap new links to existing nodes. You'll see throughout this network there are several very small links, such as right here, and that can get messy when trying to select corridors. So I'm going to add a new centroid connector. I'm going to click the Add line and draw left click at the centroid node and then double click to the existing node that I want to add it to. And then I can press Save Edit. Now if I identify this link, you'll see all the attributes are null. We don't want that. We can copy attributes from another link, similar link, using this Edit Line Attribute feature, where I click on the link with attribute data, and then I hold the Shift key and click on the link without attribute data. Let's make this a little more readable. So in your editing attributes, you have two links selected. You can highlight the link with attribute data, right-click on it, on that column, and select Copy Values. And this will basically copy all the values from that one link into the other link that is selected. So I press yes, and then I'll just run through and verify. All the attributes should be the same. It's, of course, the Century connector. It's in the same state of Louisiana, same attributes, and so forth. And when you use this edit link attributes, you also have to click Save Edits at the end for it to realize the edit.
Hey, Liza.
Yes.
Once we click that green button, can we go back if you did something wrong? Or
Yes. So Transcat does have memory to do under Edit,
Okay.
Undo. I'm not sure of your settings. So it can usually undo. I don't know, six or seven edits, but maybe not too many more than that.
Okay. I think before this step, like you copy every attribute over to the new link, you also did something like a copy. What was that for, the previous step? I think you clicked like a copy. I'm not sure.
Oh, yes. So before you do any map editing, I always recommend checking your configure settings, which is this little tool icon.
Right.
And when you click that, it gives you various options. And I always check this join split attribute settings. So if you click on update, you can see what to do if you join a link or if you split a link.
Okay.
So this is important if you're doing a lot of splitting of links. If you did not have these set to copy, if you had them set to blank, it would split the link. One of the links would maintain the attributes, but the other link would have 0 attributes.
But I think we did choose copy, but when we have the new Centroid connector, we don't have anything. We still need to copy it over from another.
Yes.
So what is this step for?
So when you create a new link, it will not have any attributes. But let's say, let me show you
just for the split link.
Yes. So let's say I did not add that Centroid connector to this node, but I created a new one, mid-link. Then that would be splitting a link. And that could be a case where you would have 0 attributes on one link and, all the attributes on the other. Yes.
I'm not sure what level of users we have in Transcat here, but one of my sneaky tricks is to simply split a link, and then use that cloning, I call it. And a lot of the worries about what attributes kind of goes away.
Yep.
When you Centroid connectors are fickle, though. If you don't know what direction the arrow of that segment is pointing. But I don't know how many people are versed in Transcat to know about that.
Yes. I mean, that raises good points. This network does not have any, let me double check before I say it, any directional links.
Well, I'm talking about topology.
So it does have some on I-75. So we definitely want to be careful there. In topology, this network does not have attributes by direction, so AB versus BA. If, for example, the attributes for number of lanes is total number of lanes. Some networks have lanes broken out by, northbound or southbound, by direction, which is based on the topology. So those, you definitely need to be careful if there's directional attributes, but there's not any here. Okay, any more questions on those editing steps? Okay, so now I want to just run through the select link query file. The select link query is also located under the master directory. The default is just the selectlink.qry. If I open that with Notepad or any sort of text pad, you will see that it defaults to one link specified for that query. You can go in and manually change this through TextPad by just deleting and changing the ID to whatever you want. The default name is SQL, but you can change that to, I-20. And if we want a particular link, we can copy this link ID into here. And then once I make any manual edits, I will want to save it as a new file, because this I know is specific to my scenario 3A. You can also add in, manually add in additional queries by basically copying this set between query and query just to the bottom and renaming it I-10 and then changing the appropriate ID to whatever link ID you want.
Hey, Liza, this served as a test run for the scenario? What is this queries for?
Yeah, so the model always runs a select link analysis with any assignment.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have to edit or update this file if you don't want to. But since it's already running in the background, I find that it's a good idea to have something relevant in there to your scenario so that you can just go ahead and look at the results. So, for example, I may want to see on I-20 with this road closure, what's happening to the traffic, to the west of the closure. Where's it coming from? Where's it going to? That's kind of what the select link analysis will tell you. For that particular link or sets of links, where is traffic coming from and where is it going?
So for the query, the Transcat won't run the whole model. It's just run for that particular link. See how traffic is going to redistribute?
So think of it as kind of a bonus to the assignment. So Transcat is going to run your assignment model no matter what. But we've also added in the script that we want it to run assignment and do this select link analysis. So while it's running assignment, it's also saying, hey, I'm going to keep track of this particular link, of the vehicles crossing this particular link, and report out an extra field in the assignment results that show the flows
Okay.
for
so
that link.
It's kind of like some extra to the assignment, additional query. Okay.
Correct. Yes. So if we wanted to do that interactively, we would open the master network, and we would go to, on the menu bar, go to Planning, Assignment Utilities, and there's the Select Link / Zone Query Builder option. And in here, you can, the first step would be to add a new query. I always start by renaming the query to something useful. Instead of query 1, we'll do I-20. And you have the option to, you can select, a single link. You can select by direction if you want. You can select a node, like if you just want to figure out, from a particular zone. You can also do by selection set. Oh, yes. The other option up top is to select links in a selection set. So if you have a selection set already, you can just use that feature and it automatically builds the query. But for now, let's just select the individual link. So let's pick one west of the closure on I-20. So that'll be my I-20 selection set. And then if I want to add another one, so yes, save that, then I can just click the Add button again and rename that query to I-10 because I want to add one for I-10 as well. And I can select on a link down here for I-10. So now, and I want to save this. Let's go ahead and save this real quick. Yes. And this is where you would go in and save it as another query file under the master folder. I'm just going to rewrite over this select link query. You can name these files whatever you want. Whatever makes sense to you, go for it. Just remember what you're naming them so that when we get into the scenario manager, you know which files to pick. And then you can see our two select links that we have in this builder. And that's it. Any questions on those initial steps?
So when we run the scenarios later on, so these queries will be treated as separate scenario?
Yes, I'll show you. So when you create those separate queries within one query file, it runs, you basically get separate fields in the output assignment table for each of those links selected, for each of those subqueries.
Okay.
So they run all together within assignment.
But output will be in the separate columns or
yes.
rows.
Here, let me go ahead and show you that now, just so you can see. Close out of some of this. So if you look under a scenario, let's look at scenario 3A output, 3A output. The assignment results file is the MMA link flow bin file. If we open that up and scroll all the way to the right, you will see these attributes. For this one ran 3 queries for I-20, the flow for US 82, and then for I-10. And this is total flow, and then it has it by truck and auto as well. And so what these fields mean are these are the vehicle flows that utilize or that cross those selected links. So the I-20 would be just those flows that cross that I-20 link that we selected. And we can do some maps of this in a minute. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so for those that have computers and want to follow along, let's go ahead and install the interface. Let's see. So who's planning to follow along? Just so I know. Okay. All right, good. So typically if we have a lot, I would give people sticky notes to put on their front of their computer if there were problems, but I think we're a small enough group to just holler. Okay, so to install the interface, I guess Transcad 6 or 7, we would need to go to add the interface into as an add-in. And then after we do this, maybe we can take a break. So let's add it into Transcad. I'm going to close everything down. So under Tools, and then Set Up Add-ins, we go there, then I already have mine added, but you would click this Add button. And after you click the Add button, you would go in and define the settings for the interface. So the script is set up for this interface to be a dialog box. So we make sure dialog box is selected. The description can be anything that you want it to be. So just for differences, let's do this. However, the model or the name has to be shift space model, because that's what is defined in the script. And then the UI database, that is the GUI file that Transcad reads, and that's located under the shift model interface subfolder. So you could just browse to see shift model interface and select the GUI DVD file.
Just for personal experience, please put it on this B drive, as it says, it's not going anywhere else.
Yep. Yeah, the script defaults to C. So if you want to use other folders, I know Scott did, it takes some manipulation. And I can definitely help with that, but you will probably have some headaches if you try to do it.
Not for the faint of heart.
Right.
Yeah, the easiest thing is changing the folder name. It's making the script allow you to change that. You can change the script, but you've got another place you showed me where you have to basically virtually erase a line, run it, and then you can unerase it if you like.
Right. Yeah.
That's the same part.
Yes, because the default scenario is set to it being under the C drive, and the scenario manager builds upon that default scenario.
I checked the assignment, and it did work. It passed that way.
Fantastic.
Now, what I have discovered, and maybe, I don't know, again, if I'm too much into it, I'll talk to you after the break.
No, I'm
one of
welcome.
the things that we sometimes after a model run, you add a new road. Like in Louisville Bridges projects, we've got a whole new interstate link that's been created. Well, when I ran the assignment, I have two centroid connectors that are an origin of trips, and instead of them all going to the interstate and around the loop, they're taking this minor collector as a route. And I can't change the speed. Because I don't believe that's one of the options that we have in the scenario manager as an option.
Right.
So there's a deeper, this is the dark web of the model, I guess, of working with the speed cap bin file.
Mm-hmm. That's only if you use a bin file for your speed, but the lookup table, if you enter your speed specifically each link.
It overwrites them.
Oh, it does the bin file does that work? Because we've got ours where we can actually go in and modify the speed, but that's also a dark place to go. That's you don't want to get in the habit of doing that.
Well,
that's
modifying the speed cap.
It's a bad thing to do.
When you start modifying the speed cap bin file, you are doing global changes.
Right.
You can, though, and I'm just about to test this, is that you can go to it's undescribed, the FCLN attribute of the link.
Yeah, the functional classifier of the link. You can change the functional classifier.
You can change its value, because that's the value that's looked up.
And that's the lookup table, yeah. So.
And from there, it assigns the number of lanes, it assigns the speed. The RU code also has an effect to it, but because the speed cap bin file, there really isn't a whole lot of difference between the three RUC codes. It's great for visualization, though, because when you colorize, you can see the urban areas and the non-urban areas.
Mm-hmm.
Am I teaching bad habits to say if you want to change the speed on a segment so that you get slower or longer travel times to get better assignments on the link by changing the FCLN code?
So that FCLN code is this lookup corresponding to the speed capacity table. That is populated by the model script based on the functional class and the number of lanes. So you definitely have to be careful if you manually change it in the network and then rerun some of the create network scripts, then it will overwrite that to whatever the functional class and the number of lanes.
I guess the question here is the value of F class, a functional class, is that value and lanes from the lookup table, or are they an attribute in the network itself?
These are attributes in the network itself. The F class and lanes are in the network.
Okay. They're not specified by the lookup value?
They are not specified by the lookup value. What's specified by the lookup value is the level of service D. Yeah, these are not used. The level of service D for for rural and urban also includes suburban here. And then the speeds for urban, suburban, and rural. And alpha beta, which is the volume delay function.
So is the script creating the lookup value as a concatenation of the functional class plus lane?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. So like 101 is functional class 1 with 1 lane. 115 is functional class 1 and 15 lanes.
Question: how many people know what concatenation is? Okay, that's it. Concatenate is basically what it does is if you look at the functional class value of the number of the link, multiply it by 100, you get a functional class that's 100 number. And then if you add to that number the number of lanes, you get the lookup value. And that's where it goes in to pick this stuff up in the script. So if you manually change your functional class, you change its lookup value. Mm-hmm. And with that, you can get a different speed, which will affect assignment.
Correct.
Because I was about to change that lookup value in the network, and it wasn't going to work, was it?
No.
No. If you do, you're going to get no difference because it's going to override that value.
It'll override it.
So what is a workaround?
A workaround, as you will see, for these scenarios, we've had 3 additional, lookups added. You can add your own, have it be a unique number in this lookup table, and then you specify what you want. You would have to specify every row in this field. Again, I caution you to be careful when updating any parameter files because it does change. These are global settings, so anywhere that this lookup will exist or could exist, it will change it globally. So just be careful of that, if you're just trying to edit a particular route versus a global setting, because these are global settings.
Is it still time for you to be able to add that additional note to the document?
Yeah, I think we can add that to the documentation.
Really helpful for consultants to pick this up too, for level learning.
Yes.
Just to let you know what's going on, I do plan on doing Tableau View once I get my laptop back from Judy and Connie. And we will go down to the basement area. Not you, Connie. You Connie's in the room. The Boxy twin, Connie over there is giving me a bad look. I'm sort of the immaculate assistants that I've gotten. So once I get that, trust me, I am so tickled to death that I haven't.
You happy up there?
Trust me. I've already told you many times. I'm glad she's here. So I'm just giving you an update of where things are at. So just continue here, and once I get everything squared away. Tom also mentioned there's a ship outside. Chill outside, Tom.
But I took her by the link so you can track it yourself.
So anyway, the reason I'm saying, the most important thing is let you know I am plan on doing Tableau View once I get the laptop. And but I don't want to take away from the questions and the dialogue you're having online.
Well, we could be at a good stopping point if folks want to take a 15-minute break or...
Yeah, go ahead and give them a break.
Yeah, it's been a couple hours.
You need to give yourself a break. Thank you.
Yeah. But I'll hang around and answer questions.
Eliza,
Yes.
are you there? I
Yes,
know
I'm
you're
here.
taking the break, but
Okay.
just have a question. I know you said the project list has to be in the CVS format, but when I look at my shape model, I downloaded from the website. I didn't change anything, but all I see is the spreadsheet file, not the CVS. So
Really? Under the master folder, there's no...
Under the, let me see, the 2040 EC forecast year input folder. So maybe maybe I look at the wrong.
Yeah, look under the
master folder. Oh, yeah. Okay. Then I see two. That's in the spreadsheet format. I see two project lists. One is in spreadsheet. The other one is .dcc. It's project list ec.dcc.
The one named .ccc?
D, like a dog. DC.
Yep.
Yeah, the other one is the type. It says Microsoft Excel.
Okay, but does the extension say .csv?
Oh, the extension. How can I find the name does not have the extension in there. It just says project list EC.
Yeah, that's the file. So computers default CSV files as Excel. I mean, it looks like it's an Excel, but it's actually a CSV file.
Oh, okay. I see.
So you can open it in Excel. You can open it in TransCAD.
Okay. Another question. Is that all these scenarios are built on 2040?
Correct. Yes.
So when I have gonna create a subfolder for the new scenario, so I created the subfolder inside of the 2040 or it's outside of the?
Just pull this up like this.
Outside. So the scenario manager will create the folder for you.
Oh, okay. I guess we haven't get there yet.
Correct. That's what we'll do after the break.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you don't need to manually create any folders.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for that link. I looked up the wind point tonight. What the
first time I stayed here, imagine the time sleeping outside, just moving. I'm like, that's like I need to run away. Like thinking inside me, I know just go. That's not that big.
No, and I was like looking at the difference between the size of it and the bank. Oh, this is
even better. Like I'm used to something like that.
Yeah.
And so what I'm trying this may be it's a Tuesday packet,
and you're like, I'm waiting to go.
everything's too late to there. I don't want to like add you to see.
That's
When you're wet, ready, close this.
I just thought I'd add. You know that one got torn down, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, it was not very fun.
I'm sorry to bother you.
Revelation of how to certain network saving my level.
So this is based on
The thing for me, my tongue is I'm going to shut tongue one ear.
Because he's got an earbud in the other.
They usually do. Yeah, he normally does. That's why I'm not that worried about it.
But the thing for me is,
No, that's what we want to do. Just taking that to move this back. Yeah, just move it. Don't take down.
Okay.
No, there's no need to do it now. You just saying before tomorrow.
Are you sure? I can go ahead and get back.
Okay, well, why don't do that? I'm just saying, I'm just letting you know.
For tomorrow. So you're okay with it like this for today? Are you sure?
Yep, it works. I'm not fixing anything else. We have problems with the phone. And it's
wonderful. It was on their end.
No.
Sometimes connections are a funny thing. You just never know.
Right.
Never
Okay, so I'll definitely get in touch with Jake, and then we'll just move this back a little bit, have more, see what you're saying here, there's no room right there. Yeah, and seriously, if you wanted this right now, that's something we can definitely do.
Yeah, we just ripped it up.
That should be fine, it's not, as far as I'm concerned, it's not gonna do any damage.
So, Daily from 1050 instead of 1150. You got a number now? Okay. That's right, you're in a different time zone now. Yeah. Well, you're Eastern. Yeah, but I don't know if got his itinerary messed up or whatever, but
You're 50 minutes now. You guys come on. Is that enough? And then tonight we'll make sure it looks better than this. We'll straighten that out. Well, the thing is,
They reconfigure seating on the airline.
maybe.
no, I'm just. Exactly.
Integrity of the user. I should say, integrity is a maturity of the user. To understand that. She's trying to tell me you don't know enough. No. Don't let if you don't have a good relationship with your partners that are doing the modeling, don't let them do because that's how we work with Laurent, especially because we co-own our model and Laurent. Yeah. So that they will experience, right?
Yeah, right.
Hey, this space up here.
Well,
I'm doing a bad job of it.
Yeah, that's good. But we help them.
You got a ruler.
That way they can't.
Run a math class.
We traditionally have. We got a.
That's pretty good space for you, isn't it? Sure. That's why they more than hang back.
Well, again, the model is not.
I know that.
I rarely use a tool that I have less confidence in than the model.
I have more confidence in a hammer than I do the model.
It's quite running on all 8 cylinders.
Yeah, right now I'm.
Well, don't hear about the model, I think, that people use it like the zoo. Fly with it, nothing with it. I'm just going, I've seen consultants try to use it to run like level of service and like an interchange.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
Or for like an IVR, and I was like, you guys, why am I telling you this? You make 3 times as much money as I do. And I'm arguing with you.
Okay. Even I know I can't do that.
See?
Well, we get trained.
We can't use it as a design tool to decide what kind of interchange you're going to do.
General movement.
Well, like anything else, a tool.
It can be abused.
What I want to know.
There's nothing the answer. And your brain. Exactly.
Drop a lane.
Drop
Drop a lane. Drop a lane to your. Yeah. What are you doing with the lane you're dropping? What are you doing with the lane you're dropping?
A little bit of lane, right?
Oh, okay. So you're doing register project. Oh, you're doing for register costs. Yeah. So I am. Quite frankly.
A little better.
Could just take a row of tables down.
I think we're actually tomorrow. Something like that.
How many years we got?
Right, we've checked a couple of times.
Right.
Well, you actually have to get
one
the
row.
Yeah. I don't want to do it now, but I want to see what happens. Last minute, yeah, I'm just trying to help a little bit. Loaded links, thank you.
I got nothing.
No, I know that, I'm saying that the feet is not necessarily have to have shift as an input.
But shift is the only input I have. Which isn't in any other model.
No, I understand that.
But do you mean tables?
Yeah. So we can just give you.
Yeah, you could do that, and you could manufacture as a table.
We already have it in the table. All we have is a assignable shift model.
Yeah,
which
we
is
got
the
that.
LD3.
Daryl.
Well, you are. Hey,
You're making.
my director said we
your
need.
corner of the table off.
Hey, my director said we need to go find money.
She's
and we're
got
doing.
you here out of the goodness of her heart.
I'm trying to
Be
go.
nice.
I am. Daryl. I don't want to do the car wash in the bake sale. Why not? I have to do that. Why are you? I'm just kidding.
We had a community that did bake sales to get their badge for an oath at it. I actually did. They actually did something about that.
Hey, guess who, isn't Angie your? I know, don't remind me, Sherry.
Angie's license in the freight sector.
One of our, my NPO liaison to her.
Oh, well, no, we had an NPO. And Angie, she threatened to call the senators on our staff. We're like, you don't understand. That's not how it works. We are the goose that lays the golden eggs, but you need to, did you ever know Angie? She predated Mark. I mean, she made our show look like one of the vineyards. One of our vineyards. She threatened to call senators off on Elizabeth, and we're like, that's right. Elizabeth's the DO coordinator. She was in, I think she was in, she wasn't in Denver. She was in Hot Springs. She was in, that's really not Hot Springs. But see, I didn't miss with female at all. I have been on either calls, and so you can get your matrix in here. I might be able to get. Are you recording it? That'd be coming.
I know, yes.
Oh, that's right.
We do, and we hired them 20 years.
I was going to say, but you guys don't do it
We
yourself.
hired them 20 years. Because, well, all common stuff we ever had.
Does the,
Well, that's what the key is, having a meeting.
make sure that actually fits.
Yeah, if you do, we tried.
Yeah, did you meet Travis?
No, we met in the elevator.
Okay.
I wanted to change the date from 40 miles an hour to 35.
What's funny?
I was next to Ron and email. Okay, Cheryl Walton, I got you. Have you met Cheryl? Or Cheryl Ball, Travis Gross. And I said, perhaps this place, I was okay, so I sent an email. And then she turned around, she
Haven't quite learned where to put the spot. Well,
I'm going to talk about the model.
so when I did using the tab,
Oh, I did, okay. It's coming up as miscellaneous.
I'm going to say you should do it.
I usually try as my, as a, without being afraid. So what I do is open that node, that node, it's really using this as the secondary route, and the time is 34:32. Okay, good. That's, if I go here, here,
Truck type.
Yeah. No, for the, I can't remember,
Then we have.
wait, the next,
Like high notes here.
my air card.
that way.
That's all.
They don't like her. I know, they don't like her.
26.
And even
Big government.
Basically, I can't quite understand why, and I've got, maybe it's just like.
Well, and I'm going to say,
I think you. You can bring your air card.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oh, that's your phone.
Yeah.
That's my first.
probably taking longer.
Everybody else is.
They give me a new work one.
I
know this is your insurance adjustment, but I'm like, I said that comes down to but that's like power. And that goes to and then they can find me, I have 5 this second, something else from the new bike, that's right. What you get is you use my CD.
gonna go a little more.
Yeah, I'll run it fast, but that's not a problem.
Well, I can't get this.
Yeah, I think the church school is to be.
And I'm sure we have contracts this year, but I know the annual conference is on the seventh.
Well,
And for your knowledge.
well, it's helping.
I will.
I don't want to be here. I want the documentation that I started.
You got $150 million? Over 5 years. Okay.
RUC 1, don't be generous. And then RUC 2
We're getting
and RUC 3.
Sorry. I'm there. Yeah. Yeah.
The thing here is.
Three projects for CDMSmith or there was a 435 project in the city for like $5 million or something like that. You guys are getting most of it. It changes it for some.
Well,
You say, maybe not for all of them.
that's right. Works for me, yeah.
People are caring.
But I looked at, like,
No purchasing involved or anything.
looked at it, same feet across all the lines. I don't want that. What I'm looking at doing is changing functional class. But this central factor may be all I need to do. You get the assignments to look at it. I've got this is the section. I had it right there. And
Originally, we were starting by talking which that can go on.
Yeah, it is centric connectors.
That's the thing I want to use. Okay.
And that's, traffic span so you talking to the Russians, okay?
Right, and the main thing is on those.
Wrong button again.
Pulling in the factor table, and the factor that we're running like, it doesn't like anything. Yeah, the factor.
Start opening files. Well,
I think it's 6%.
I have my company and it's the same thing. That's why I was. So it's gonna go back and get a little rain. Like, well. So eventually,
when I came home, I did hear that.
Yeah, but I have my phone already paid, so now it's free. I don't know, but I'm going to write it. I don't like the way this conversation is going.
Come along.
Yeah. Really?
But other than that,
We are, I mean, we're blessed.
things that we are working really hard to make sure we solve. Not good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see a lot of activity being done.
We got a guy named Gary Coughlin. Unfortunately, he's going to be retiring here in a few years, but he was all over the world. Yeah, when I moved to Florida, I was really surprised at what we have. North Carolina, South Carolina.
Region right here.
Yeah. I can't imagine. It's always a battle because there's always development started. If you ever want to give him a call, his name's Gary. Open the whole thing up and anybody can pull in.
Alright guys, in the interest of time, I'm gonna continue on.
Oh, yeah. They will block out sections. Right, I was just trying to
Everybody look. I'm just gonna go ahead and start again on the training, and once I get my laptop from Judy, we're gonna get down to the upstairs.
You're gonna tell me what
Okay, hon, are you still on the phone? Yeah. Great. All right. Sorry for the delay. Okay. So for those who are following along, I want to go through the interface and the running of the model. The good thing about this model is it only takes about 8 to 10 minutes to run. It all depends on the selection, the select link query that you have set up. So we've installed the interface. If we load it up, this is the image that you'll see with the scenario manager, the model run, and the utilities. So the first step is to click the scenario manager and add a scenario. So you do not need to manually add any folders or do any file manipulation. The scenario manager will do all of that for you. So I'll talk about it first, and then we can go in and do the steps. But what you would do is you'd click Add Scenario. Then it would ask you, do you want it for the base year, or do you want it for the forecast year? And then you would go in and specify those input files from the master folder, which include your master network, your zone system, your select link query file, your project list. So let's go ahead and do that. So if I go back in Transcad, then I can go to Tools, Add-ins, and you should see the shift model listed under your add-ins. The first step is to specify the parent directory. It defaults to the C shift model. You can, if you have it specified somewhere else, this is where you would go to navigate to the shift model folder. We can press close, the interface loads. Again, the button to the top is the About button, which when you click that, it automatically loads the text file that gives you descriptions on the shift model files and background. When you click on Scenario Manager, that's where the default scenario loads automatically every single time. This default scenario based on the 2014 base year. And you can see the file name here, default.scn. So let's go ahead and add a new scenario for 3A. And it first asks you to select a file for folder name. So this will be the folder that gets created under the C shift model folder. So I'm going to call this scenario_3_A training. If you want to change the parent directory, again, if it's not located under the C directory, you can do that here. Otherwise, if it's continuing with the default settings, just press Submit. So in the background, what that did was that just created the folder. If we go and look, you'll see the folders created. But now it needs to know, okay, so we have this folder created. Now I want to know what network type, what scenario are we basing this on? Is it the base year 2014 network, or is it the forecast year 2040 E+C? For all of these, we've been doing the 2040, so let's do click forecast and press OK. And then you will need to go in and specify the master inputs. You'll notice all these files are default under the master folder. If you rename any of these files, you will have to navigate to them. So,
Lisa, I have a question.
Yes.
The master network, since we add a few Centroid connectors, so the master network file has already been changed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Even though I don't remember we saved it, but once you click that green light button, it will be saved.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And also that for all three closures, like 10, 20, or both, the network we only change once for all three.
Correct.
So even though if you only close 10, then the central connector probably won't need to be changed for I-20, but we probably changed it anyway. Is that going to be a problem or is not?
That will not be a problem. Yeah, if we were just closing I-10, the Centroid connector that we added for the I-20 scenario would also be there.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't be a problem. It's just adding an additional loading point.
Mm-hmm.
But
so,
your regional impacts wouldn't change.
So only the difference, I guess, is the traffic on the Centroid connector will be redistributed, but the traffic is actually on I-20 won't be changed.
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first file is the master network file. We did make modifications, but we did not change the file name, so that's okay. The second file is the project list. We did create a new file here, so we would need to navigate to the C, shift model, parameters, and then the CSV file that we created for this project, which is the project list EC3A. The turn restrictions, that is again under the master folder. We did not make any edits or change that name. That's fine. Same with the zone layer. Same with the seed OD trips. However, the select link query, we will need to navigate and change that to the select link 3A query file that we created. So once those paths and file names have been updated, we can press OK. In the background, it's going through the scenario creation process, exporting the highway network, or joining the highway network to the project list file, exporting out those particular links. You will get a note at the end that says, your settings are saved for this scenario. You will also get a note saying, please verify scenario settings and file path. Now, this is important, especially if you're not using the default parent directory of the shift model. So I would go through and just double check, okay, your scenario file, yes, it looks like it's created the scenario file under the right folder. Then you can go into the input and parameters file tab, and this will show you the path to your working network and various parameters. So the parameters all still stay under the parameters folder, but you will see now that these previously the master files are now located under the specific scenario input folder. We can just double check that when we go to the scenario folder input, and we see them here. Yes. And likewise, now all the output folders or output files should be referencing the scenario folder output directory. And just to run through some of these output files so you know what's there. The first one is named highway network. It's really the .net file that Transcad needs for routing purposes. It's not a geographic file. The second one is the highway skim. That's your travel time and travel distance between origins and destinations. Your daily assignment flows, that is your assignment results. That will contain congested travel times, VMT, VHT, vehicle trips by auto, vehicle trips by truck, and then any select link analysis. Turning movement flows. So another option, we haven't really talked about this, but if you do want to report turning movements, this model will allow you to do so by specifying those turning movement nodes in the node layer. So there's a flag field called turns, I think, in the node layer, and it's a 0, it will not be reported. If it's a 1, you will get turning movement information. In your select link trip, this is basically the OD trip information. The link level trip information will be in the daily assignment flows. And then the run report, that's just a text file that summarizes when the model was run, what the scenario name was, and just some date and time information for you. Okay, so all of that looks good to me. We can save this scenario. Did anyone who was following along have trouble with creating their scenario or getting similar results? Good. So again, if we go back to look at our folder real quick, we can see there's no files in this output. But we have our .scn scenario file specified and, of course, our input. So then we can go to model run. And in the model run, there are 3 options. You can run by step, which allows you to load a scenario and run individual steps. Create network, which creates all the pre-processing, so populating of the capacities and speeds and alpha and beta volume delay function attributes. This also creates the highway skims. The assignment will do traffic assignment. It takes the OD trip table, the highway network, and the highway skims and runs assignment. And then populate highway network, basically all that is joining the geographic file with the model results and populating the model results into the geographic file. So you have it all in one spot. You can do a single model run by loading a scenario under this scenario 1 option, and that runs all steps for one scenario. Or multiple model runs. Let's say you want to test 5 different scenarios, but you don't want to hang around, every 10 or 15 minutes and reload them. You can just run them all in batch mode. So they'll run one after another. I'm going to run step by step so you can see how long it takes for each of the steps.
What kind of computer do you have running there?
What kind of computer do I have?
Dell.
Yeah, Dell. Yeah.
Is it a Hugo or is it a Ferrari?
I am not computer savvy, to be honest, so I will just show you.
Together? 16 gigs.
Yeah, 16 gigs of RAM.
You got to be a W.
I should thank someone. Okay. So when we want to run by step, or for any of these options, we have to load the scenario that we want. And that's always the .scn file. So we open that, and then I'll click Create Network. And this is where it's going in and filling various attribute fields, populating from the speed capacity lookup table. That did not take very long. The longest step is traffic assignment. So this will be probably on my computer about a 5 to 8 minute process. It runs to a convergence of 0.001. It has a maximum of 100 assignment iterations. This model does not take that many to reach that convergence. So while this is running, let's head back to the presentation real quick. Okay. Okay. And then we can talk about, after it runs, we can talk about some of the various utilities that are offered in the interface. A lot of them, or several of them, are validation statistics for the 2014 base year. Looking at, your count VMT versus model VMT, your count volume versus model volume, root mean square error. The tables that can be used for all scenarios are these last four, which is your trips by purpose, trip length distributions, so that's your average trip length in terms of miles and minutes, your model VMT and VHT, which this model, or this utility reports it by functional class and by area type. And then there's a table with population by state. The model does not have very many, or it really only has population and household, so demographic data associated with each zone. It does not have employment, but we summarize the population by state here. And then the maps include the volume to capacity ratio map, and then various assignment flows. So we have assigned flows for total volume, auto volume, and truck volume. And these are bandwidth maps. So they'll show you, the higher the volume, the thicker the link. There's also a validation map for the base year. It kind of shows those red and green links.
Real quick, I've got everything. I finally got my laptop from Judy and Connie. So for those of you who want to do Tableau view, I'll be in the kitchen area. The Tableau view?
Where is it?
Downstairs, where we had breakfast this morning.
Oh, okay. The dining room.
Kitchen, they cook food there.
Dining room, you mean?
Dining room. The spacious facilities that you can consume various size. Yeah. So anyway, I'll be down there doing Tableau view for those who.
Hey, Liza.
Yes.
I thought we have 3 different scenarios, like 3-A-1. Is this the scenario we're running right now, including all 3 sub-scenarios?
No, this scenario, this is just 3A.
When we say 3A, just the one closure?
Yes, this is just I-20 closure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so in order to have 3, I will have 3 different scenarios.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Exactly. You'd have to do the same process for
3 times.
3B and 3C.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Let's see, what do I have? Yeah, so the next 2 slides are really just on evaluating the results. And I'm open to hear what you guys think is useful. I've come up with 2 examples. One is a volume difference map, and one is a select length flow map. And I was going to go through how to do each one, but I'm open to what you as users feel would be helpful. And if not, then I'm okay with that too.
Well, I think I don't know why this closure is based on the 2040 model. I think it will make more sense if we build it on existing model, because we want to see how the traffic redistributed if we close it today or next month, not 20 years from now.
Okay. Yes, and that is perfectly fine too. So what I would recommend is still basically doing a similar, it's a few more steps that would need to occur because the model's not set up to do a project list with the base year.
Mm-hmm.
So you could either do 2 things. First would be create a 2014 base year scenario, and then just go in and manually change the number of lanes to 0. That would be the easiest way.
So I don't need to go to the master folder to change the project list.
Not if you are making a change to the existing or the base year.
Okay, so I just can open the Transcat model itself for the existing, for the 2014, and then change the link attributes to number of lanes is 0.
Correct. So I would create your scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And
I can just directly go to the scenario manager?
Yes. So in the scenario manager, you would add scenario,
mm-hmm.
and then you would create, a new, or after you add scenario, you would choose base as your network type, and then you would basically create it as if you're creating a 2014 base year scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But then, your folder name would be something different. And then you would go in, after you created it in the scenario manager, open the input highway network and edit those lanes for the links that you want updated.
Mm-hmm.
From the inputs highway network for that scenario that was created.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's kind of a workaround for doing scenario analysis in the base year at this point, which I can add that to the documentation as well.
Yeah, that would be better, I think.
Yes.
Okay. So for the query, I'm just wondering if we don't do the query, the output will still show us the traffic flow on each link. So if you want to find a particular link before and after, you can still find it even though you don't do the query.
Correct. You can, you will know the volume on the link before or without the project based on the no build, and then with the project based on your build scenario run. So you have the volumes that you can do a difference map with, but
right. But with this query, it just it will show you. I guess you can just pick the scenario output and show it on the map. That would be easier, I guess.
Yes. So let's look at those maps.
Okay.
So in the presentation on slide 18 and 19, there's a couple of examples of some maps that we can do. And so let me exit out of this. And I included these, so our traffic assignment completed. Let's go ahead and populate results since we ran it by stage. Takes a second. Okay. So let's maybe do a different map. And let me see, I'll follow along. Tom, have you done a different map before?
Different map?
Yeah, a volume difference map?
No. But I'm just thinking for the existing will be probably something we really wanted to see. But I haven't done that yet.
Okay. So to be able to do a difference map, you'll need your basically a build and a no build. So the no build is in this case, it's the 2040 E plus C scenario run. But if you're doing it in the, a base year case, then it would be the 2014 base year. So to do a difference map, and I know you don't have Transcad on your computer. Have
Me?
you?
I do.
Sorry.
I have it now.
Okay, you've got it. You good? Okay. All right. So let's open the scenario geographic file, the shift model highway. And we can, so if we look at the resulting network attributes, we can scroll all the way to the right and we can see various, information populated. We have, it starts with the vehicle miles traveled, vehicle hours traveled by length, and then you get into the flows. The auto flows, the truck flows, the daily flows. We have volume to capacity ratio, level of service, centerline miles, lane miles. That's all at the link level. So if we want to look at the difference between the volume in the build scenario versus the no build scenario, we will need to join this build scenario network to the no build results. So we can use this tool called Join Data Views. And you will have to navigate to, I have it set up as scenario 3 no build, but you can do the 2040 EC. That works as well. So we navigate to the output files of the no build scenario and select the MMA link flows. We will join the ID from the geographic file to the ID1 from the no-build assignment results. Then we can go in and create, our formulas. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't realize this was on. Okay. Then we can go in and create our formula field using, what is this called? This formula field icon. And we want to basically subtract the build from the no build to get the volume difference. So our build volume is, I guess we could do truck. Let's look at truck difference. So let's do total flow. That'll be easier for now. You could either look at autos, trucks, or daily flow. So if we do total daily flow minus total flow from the, I forgot to put the minus total flow from the no build. So it's our build volume minus our no build volume. I'm going to rename this formula field to diff, D-I-F-F. Okay, it creates that difference. Then I want to add another formula field, and I want this to be the absolute difference shown. So I can type in ABS, and then in parentheses difference, or DIFF. Okay. So that just creates the absolute, and then I want to be able to see this graphically, so let's make a color field by adding another formula, and I can call this, or do this, difference divided by abs difference, and call this color. That should give us either a positive one or negative one, where a positive one, meaning that we're greater than, the build is greater than the no build. Negative one is the opposite. So then we can do a few themes. First, let's go to map scaled symbol theme. And this will allow us to do our bandwidth, to show our flow. So if I choose the total daily flow and apply, you will see that it gets the thickness of the flow on the length. And again, we're doing this, let's highlight our project, just so we have a visual of where we are on I-20. Let's make this a different color, of blue. Okay. So we have our bandwidth map. Then we can also look at making a color theme to show which links are more than the no build, which links have less volume than the no build. So the color theme can be based on color, and we'll want to do list of values. And again, the negative one, let's change that to green. That is our less volume. And the positive one, we'll change that to a darker red. That's our more volume. Let's see, sometimes Transcad has these default, I like to play around with the scaled symbol theme a little bit. What's the right direction? Let's try 25. But I guess basically what you can see is where we have this road closure, you can see there is less volume on I-20 and a lot more, or not a lot, but more volume on I-10 between the no build and the build.
This is a daily volume, right?
Yes. This is
do we have like a peak period volume?
We do not have any peak or time of day volume.
Okay, so the whole shift model just have the daily volume as an output.
Correct.
Okay. Just wondering, is there a particular reason? Because normally the Transcat model will give us like the peak period and time of day output.
You know, that it wasn't in the original vision of this model development, which was back in late 2014, early 2015. That definitely could be a future enhancement for this model. Mm-hmm. I think that, and then commodity break, or further breakdown by trip purpose. So breaking down autos by more purposes and trucks by more purposes.
Mm-hmm. Because I think it's we like to see, you know, how much impact it's gonna to have on the interstate during the peak period. That's something, good to know because of the closure.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely something for the group to consider as this model continues to evolve. Okay, and then quickly I wanted to also show how to do a select link map, which is very similar to kind of what we just did. So I'm going to remove this color theme. I'm going to remove the scaled symbol theme. So we're back at our original network. Then, since we're not doing a difference map, I can close the join from the no build. And I want to, so the geographic file does not include the select link results in the data view table. So you'll have to join the geographic file to the actual scenario results. So we'll go back to our scenario 3A outputs file folder and join to that MMA link flow file. And if we scroll all the way to the right, we'll see, for this particular one, I just ran the I-10 and I-20 select links. But now I can go, again, back to map, scaled symbol theme, and the select link analysis is reported by direction. So you'll want to click this dual field. And let's look, let's change it up. Let's look at the truck flows on I-20. You can go in and change the style to something that looks a little more readable. And then I'm going to make this selection set inactive so we can make sure there's no flows in that section. So what we can tell here is, well, the good thing, gut check, no traffic is loading onto no trucks are loading onto the area that was closed. But you can see we selected this link here. This is the thickest link. That's where we can evaluate where the traffic's coming from and going to. And if we did the same select link in the no build, then you can do a similar difference map to see, most likely in the no build we would see more, the red continuing through, and maybe not so much on these parallel or, perpendicular links. I'm sure we see something similar if we change this to the total flow. Yeah, so total flow, you'll see a little more, definitely a little more reach and distribution. The auto trips are definitely rerouting, but trying to stay on the interstate as much as possible. Yeah. Okay, so that's really all that I had for this scenario, for the Louisiana closure scenario. Did you have any particular questions?
I have a question. Since we don't have the time of the day output, I'm just wondering, as far as the redistribution, we only have a capacity. We only have a daily capacity. Is that correct for each link?
We have daily capacity for each.
I'm just trying to think, if we going to have the time of day model or the output, are we gonna have the peak period capacity, or
yes,
that's gonna make things different. If it's over the capacity on the surrounding links, then the traffic will redistribute it differently.
Yes, definitely. Peak period models reflect congestion much more than daily models do.
Yeah. But now we can only see how traffic redistributed just for the daily volume.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Which, I understand you definitely are concerned about peak
period, yeah.
characteristics, but a closure would occur all day, and I guess this just gives you a good idea of at a minimum how traffic would be redistributed.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. And I did have one additional slide. You guys probably already know all this, but I just wanted to reiterate, the shift model is a daily model that can provide auto and truck volumes. We've just shown a couple of analysis that can be done with the model results, including the bandwidth and the select links and the difference maps. But I'd be happy to discuss any particular analysis that you guys are interested in. And then here are some bullets, to read at your leisure, just what is the model appropriate for, what is the model not appropriate for. The biggest things is what it's not appropriate for, and that is it's not a replacement of your existing models. It's not a replacement for existing freight tools or plans. And you may have noticed the network does have a toll attribute in it where it flags the toll links. But this is not a toll model. It has no functionality. It's just for reference. And as I discussed, the model does have turning movements that can be reported, but again, this is not an intersection model. It should not be used for intersection level analysis. It's just there for the user to reference. Okay.
What would you see us doing in the next phase for this model?
So I think the next phase, there could be a few different things. One would be to, I know Scott has seen some variation in roadway characteristics, so maybe adding a little more functionality for varying speeds, whether that be geographic based, whether it's by more functional classes built into the model, but a little more, maybe a little more validation options for the user.
What about, you said earlier, you mentioned the trip purpose and adding commodity info. What about from that kind of perspective?
Yes, so that is definitely a much bigger effort, but I think having, well, as users, if you guys are interested in the breakdown of auto and truck trips, especially, the focus here is freight. If we want to try to understand the commodity flows, that's a whole another level of effort that can be added if that's useful.
Is that something you could do for November?
For November?
Before
November? Most likely.
What about employment type?
So the model does not include employment. We do have, various data sets that have employment at the county level that's pretty readily available. And the model structure is set up so that it's at the county level. So, for example, Wisdom Pool have published employment by type at the county level. Some states may have, state data centers may have some information too, but that can be added. There is no trip generation component to the model, though. It's all based on origin and destination vehicle trips at the moment. Thank you. And then of course, the other thing, the documentation, which can be enhanced a little bit, like the user's guide that talk about some of these things, such as running these scenarios for the base year instead of the forecast year, running how to tinker with the speed capacity lookup table. You want to add additional functional class. So those are items.
What about adding other modes?
Yes. So the research effort that CDMSmith did has various modes, modal information, and then the TAF, the Traveler Analysis Framework, has modal data. So we have the framework already set up for shift, converting the TAF level data into the shift zones. But the intent of this study back in late 2014 was to not have other modes. But yes, it can be added as desired by the group. Would that be useful for you guys?
I think in the order that we talked about it would be like, I would do employment and then commodity, and then modal volume, and then modal commodity.
Okay.
I don't think like modal commodity, I don't even know what's moving on the railroad.
Right.
Because we're highway. It would just be cool to know.
Yeah.
And I think our economic development and other groups in our state could use it. But at the DOT, we would need to know how much sand is moving along the railroad corridor.
Yeah.
It would be nice to know the volume of it.
Yeah.
Or another indicator.
Yeah, I know back in 2013 when we developed the highway network, we also pulled other networks like the rail network, and delivered that to Bruce, and I think he may have uploaded it to the site, but we didn't take that to the next step, to phase 2, to do any assignments. But yeah, no, that's definitely something to consider.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to propose building on top of our model that we've got here. Those would be the things that I would talk about first.
Yeah.
Have you seen the freight flows by highway, rail, and waterway map that Federal Highway does?
I've heard of it. I haven't.
The one with the different colors and the cardiac map?
Yes. Actually, I know what you're talking about.
It's this one. This one.
Oh.
That would be what we would end up learning to. We're having a software that we can review. It's going to put you all through
Right.
Yeah, that would be where we would want to try to go next.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's where this is headed. Especially focusing on freight.
It seems like all the federal directives want us to think on the model now. And if we had this now, then we would be in good shape.
Yep.
Because all your discretionary grants, a lot of them are going to projects that combine 2 modes or 2 states or some other type of partnership. So you have to have this data to show the effect.
That's right.
I think that's where we would try to go next.
Tom, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. I do have another presentation or another example if you guys are interested. let's see, a lot of it's, a lot of it's repeat, but I guess, Casey, what, I think we're kind of wrapped up. I've got your recommendations for next steps.
And that's all I needed to try to get a grasp on as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Scott's helping me. He's a really good in the swing because he knows my experience and yours.
Yeah.
And so he can help with that.
So you can help with that. Good. Good. So Hung, would you be interested in me walking through the I-70 work zone?
Yeah, sure.
Scenario? Okay. You okay with that, Casey?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the I-70 work zone is, I picked this one to share because I feel like it's very relevant. It, we tend to have construction, it seems like, at least in Texas, all the time on interstates. So this scenario is on I-70, and again, this scenario actually consisted of 3 scenarios. Missouri wanted to look at I-70 as a work zone in 3 phases and by county. So we have Jackson County, Boone County, and St. Louis City County. And the definition of work zone is reduction in number of lanes to, I think the facility in most parts of the 4-lane facility, but reduce it to 1 lane per direction and reduce the speed to 50 miles per hour. The 1 lane per direction, no problem. However, the reduction to 50 miles per hour, as we talked about, we have the speed capacity lookup table, which specifies the speed, so we had to create a new functional class in the lookup table for that. Let's see, we've already gone over this slide. So that was our first step, identify the project and any model modifications, which the model modification was adding functional class 9 to the speed cap parameters file, and that specified 1 lane per direction for the number of lanes, and it specified a 50 mile per hour speed limit. So for this one, we did, very similar steps. Luckily, this model is not too complicated at the moment. Once we start adding these additions, it will get more complicated, and the run time will likely increase a lot. But that's to be expected when you add more trip purposes and so forth, and modes. But so for this, we would do the same thing. Copy the E+C project list into a new file. Add rows for scenario 5A1 and scenario 5A2 because there are 2 different area types that this crosses in Jackson County. Specify the functional class as 9 and the number of lanes as 2. Let me go over, close out of this stuff. Let me go over the speed cap bin file one more time. I should hide or remove these South Carolina references. But I wanted to go over how you add a new functional class to the speed cap lookup table. Quite simple. Basically, you just go to Edit, Add Records, and then you can add however many records you want. We just want one. We'll press OK, and it adds it to the bottom of the list. So this is where, let's pretend like this wasn't here, but this is where I added 902, which that is 9 is the functional class, so 9 times 100 plus 2 is the number of lanes, 1 lane per direction, giving the lookup code 902. And then the S3 field is really just your, this could be labeled better, but it's really just a description for your personal reference. Of course, the speeds, we know that input needs to be 50 for all area types, because that's what our defined project is set at. Now, for the other attributes, you can, if you have a capacity set, you can go and use that. Otherwise, I just went up to what an interstate at 2 lanes is and copied and pasted that information. Actually, one other thing that this model could be refined at is updating the alpha and beta parameters by functional class. So the alpha and beta parameters define those congestion levels. It's basically the tipping point to when speeds or travel times increase, the tipping point to when travel speeds decrease when the VC ratio is, when the volume is over capacity, when the VC ratio is 1 or greater. So right now, at this level, 0.15 for alpha and 4 for beta, it's not a big tipping point. The curve is kind of more or less flat. You increase beta and alpha, your curve is going to get steeper and steeper, meaning, once you get to 1, the travel speeds dramatically drop once your volume is greater than your capacity. So that is, something that could be updated in this model. The reason why we did not do it right now is because our scope is to focus on more or less the rural areas in between cities, in between states, not the urban areas. And with such a large zone system, you can get hyper-congestion. You have a whole county loading onto maybe 2 or 3 sensory connectors at 2 or 3 different access points, which can really, is not realistic, overloads the road, and you can get hyper-congestion. So that's why, another option is to have alpha and beta defined by area type, which can easily be done. But anyway, if Scott continues to find issues with speeds and congested speeds in particular, this is something that we can look into. I'm going to make a note of that.
Is that the lookup ID needs to be unique? Because I see 902.
Yeah. So this does. Basically, this, I'm going to delete it. I just wanted to show you how to do it.
Okay.
Yes, we can only have one, each number in this field has to be unique. So, And then let's say I added this and I didn't want to add it, I can just go to edit, delete records. It deletes that record for me. So that's the model change that we made for this scenario. And then the project list file, if you were to copy that over to a new file, you would then add 2 records for scenario 5A1 and scenario 5A2. And we can pull that up in the master network. I'm just going to go to our previous selection set. Instead of 3A, 5A1 and 5A2. Let's call it scenario 5A. That's 13 links, and if I zoom to that selection set, you can see it highlighted here in green. Let's make that bigger. And so I think I pre-saved some maps. Yeah. Make info out of that. We won't do that. But so the networks that you guys already have these scenarios coded, or the scenario IDs coded in the project ID 1 field. But if not, then you would have to just go in and manually identify the links and then enter in whatever project, ID you wanted to call it. All project IDs are user defined, but those also have to be unique. You cannot have duplicate project IDs, for representing different projects. Okay. And again, I caution you to, when you are selecting links, in the rural areas it's not so bad. The links are pretty long, but you'll notice when you get up here in the urban areas, there are some very small little links up there that are just kind of hard to see when you're zoomed out. So this is not too bad, but just be careful for these tiny links not to miss any. And again, for this, the next steps are pretty much the same. We did some additional validation here where we found a link that crossed the county line, the boundary, and since the scope of the project was, within the county, we wanted to, we made sure to split that link, and of course, prior to splitting the link, we made sure that the configuration settings, edit configuration settings were updated to copy. One other thing that we noticed is I-70 was aligned on I-670 and instead of I-35. So we verified in Google Earth and local knowledge that the alignment of I-70 in Kansas City. We also added Century connectors to add more. So again, the Century connectors were put in the model, methodically, but each one could use additional reviews and local knowledge to know, where the best connection should be. Also, that is your opportunity in validation to go in and say, for example, if we look at this set of Century connectors here for this zone. The zone is probably, quite large. The Centroid is defined here, but we may find that traffic is actually really, not so much as loading to this outer loop. They're more on these inner corridors. So I guess what my point is, make sure you look at the Century connector placement well when you're doing your analysis, and feel free that it really doesn't matter how many Century connector locations you add. You can have 2, you can have 10. It really just needs to be consistent with where there is access. So I'd recommend adding let's see if I have one, a road layer underneath. Oh, I'm not plugged in. If all of you have TransCAD, then you can add maybe the streets layer or the highway network. Very busy. Maybe that's not what we want to do. But you can see there's a lot more to it than just these 3 Century connectors. So, another connection here, maybe one here. Those are all good practice to refine these connections when you are analyzing more in detail a project. Again, this one is more urban in nature, so this is another location where you would want to reference your local statewide model or your MPO model to verify, what that has. And for this selection set, we picked 3, for this select link, we picked 3 links. But one thing I did for Kentucky, for their request, or for, I don't know if it was Scott's request or what, but you guys had looked at, what does it look like when trucks flow in and out and through Kentucky? Was that you or was that Scott?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, one of you. So this select link is the same, or developing this file is the same as we did in the previous example. So I was thinking I'm kind of deviating it up a little bit. I'm going to show you how to do it, a different way. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. I hope that's okay, guys. set these up on a different computer. Okay. So I'm going to hide the scaled symbol theme for right now. Okay, so we have Kentucky, the state, and we want our select link analysis to be based on trucks that are cross the state line and flow on any of these links within the state. So the quickest way to do that is to identify, which you should probably already know, the state FIPS number, which is 21. Then you can do a selection set of state FIPS equals 21 and call these KY links. So that selects all links within Kentucky. Then you can go to our select link query builder, which is under assignment utility, select link query builder. We will add a query, call it KY. I'll just call it KY for Kentucky. And then you would use, instead of selecting, each link individually, which would take forever, you can use this select links in a selection set. So if I click that, then I can click the KY links selection set and press OK. I actually messed up. So it defaults to the AND operator. And what that means is this query, as it's set up, would only report those flows where vehicles traveled on every single one of those links. So it's this link and this link and this link. What we really want is the OR operator, which says report the flows that travel on any one of the links, one or more. So it's this link or this link or this link. Okay, you know what? I'm going to just clear that. And then before selecting the selection set, I'm going to click on the OR operator. And now I can select the selection set. There we go. That's what we want. You can verify that the query is valid. It is. And then you can save it. Yes, we want to save it. And I'll just overwrite it. I already did this. The select link _ KY. Okay, so that was kind of a sidetrack, but I wanted to show it as we're going through this process. So then you would create your scenario, your 2040 scenario if that's what you want, E+C, or whichever one, and just make sure that you navigate to the correct select link file. Okay. And so I already ran that, and just to show you some results, you can just do the scaled symbol theme, dualized fields, and then if you want to just look at truck, you have the Kentucky selection set gives you autos, trucks, and total flow. Actually, all select link analysis will, but you can do the bandwidth on the trucks, and play with these parameters to set your bandwidth and the style. but it can show you, where things are coming from and heading to. You'll see 65 and 75 seem to be like the popular. Yeah, the interstates are the popular through trucks. Yep.
How do you go through? Oh, so right there is in Lexington, they're in the middle.
Yep.
Those are trucks probably coming and going down after
yes.
from Lexington down to Tennessee.
Yep. You've got a lot
So trucks
from Nashville going to Indianapolis.
So they're coming up I-35 and then heading over to Louisville and then up and out.
Mm-hmm.
But there's through traffic on some of the internal links that aren't connected?
Not necessarily through traffic. So this is truck volume on links this includes through, this includes internal. So those truck movements internal to the state. Yeah. So if you wanted to do just the through traffic, then you would have to go in and select, just those links that cross the border of the state. Or that would give you the external, I guess. Okay. So then, for scenario 5, it's the same thing, just adding a scenario, specifying the network type, a base or forecast, which this one we did forecast. Let's go ahead and just walk through that real quick.
So on that last,
on that
last one, that's how you create the cardiac maps that we did you last week.
Yes.
You just change the bits on the destination to something other than this is not 21.
So if you want to, I just did any truck. This flow shows any trucks that cross into or stay within Kentucky.
So you have to further define it for origin 21 and destination.
Yes. If you wanted to do, let's see. Let's shift nodes. It's going to be a little trickier, but find the utilities, select links. Do I have a zone layer in here? Okay. Let's just do this for example. Okay. All right. If we wanted, I thought you could do it. Sorry. There is a way to do the select zone query builder, and that's probably where it would be easier to pick, a state, a selection set for a state here for the origins, and then a selection set of multiple states or a state for the destination. And you could select by zone instead of having to select by link. But for some reason, It's not allowing it to be active right now. Or maybe it's likely user error. But yes, it is possible to do specify your origins and destinations to do the select link.
My apologies, I went back to me.
Yeah, no problem. Yep, we're just going over some, well, we're in the middle of scenario 5A, but we detoured into some select link stuff.
This is a general question. I've already answered it. That when you create these new scenarios, you want to create a brand new directory for them.
So for each scenario, you want to go into the scenario manager and add a new scenario.
Right.
And when you add a new scenario, it will create a new directory.
Okay. We just copy all the master folders and everything over, or the folders necessary over, and then you just modify those files in that folder.
Exactly, yeah. It will automatically, the scenario manager will automatically create the folder given the name that you specify, and then create the inputs and the outputs folder underneath, subfolders, and copy the input files into the inputs folder for you.
Okay.
And then if you want to post manipulate them there, you can do that.
Okay. Let's try to, because we have other traveling man models, Transcat based, that kind of follow the same procedure where they'll make a copy of the master files, and then that's where you can manipulate that for your scenarios. I was going through these earlier. I know I ran some before ahead of time. I can't remember. It's been a little bit of time since then, but I went into the output and the input file, actually the input folder for the scenario I created. And it looks like it's just certain files, but it wasn't like the actual folder structure that was like the master and all that.
Say that again? So, yeah. Do you have any more questions?
The shift model has the same network as the statewide Transcat model, or
not necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
No. The Transcat statewide model is probably more refined.
Mm-hmm. So the
shift model is based on the National Highway Planning Network.
Okay, so the links that included in the shift model are based on, I'm just wondering, is based on like a functional classification, or it's volume, like all interstate, all
functional classification?
Okay.
Yeah, so all interstates are included. All
arterials.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then to a lesser degree, minor arterials and very few collectors.
Okay, so it's basically interstate, major arterial, minor arterial, and a few major collectors?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, like the input. It's just strictly whatever the file contains. The reason I was asking areas that I should not so long. Follow that.
Yeah.
The choice is to take on.
Yeah.
Here.
Correct. You can, now, you can edit, geographies, of course, the main 3 attributes are functional class. The ones that'll make a difference. You're welcome. Thank you guys for hanging around. Troopers.
That was great.
And Mac. That would be very cool.
I think a lot of that was yeah. But again, happy to help.
No.
No, you know my number.
Right, thank you.
Sure.
What I'm going to do, I was on you, I have your shoe lock.
Okay.
So that's why I was everything in there. So, whatever you need, take out.
Great.
And it'll be open.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions from the phone?
If I have more questions later on, what's the best way to contact you? Is that call you or email you or?
Yeah, how about shoot me an email, and then we can set up a time to talk.
Okay.
That usually works better for me. I will be traveling for the rest of the week. I may have some time tomorrow, but I definitely won't have any time on Friday.
Okay. What's your email address?
It's Amar, A-M-A-R.
Just a second. Write it down. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. A-M-A-R E-R at CDMSmith.com.
Okay, got it.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Okay.